What link we got going over there? Oh, right on. It's the game artist link from Twitch for the chat channel. Thanks, man. Yeah, Elaine from Twitch TV came in and let me know that she added me on there. It's really nice of her. And thanks for posting that too on the channel. So right here I'm gonna be adding a rope, which I'm drawing out by CV points, which then I'll have a really long cylinder that will act as the rope, and I'll deform it along this curve that I'm drawing. So it'll deform really nice, and it'll be way faster to do it this way. This is Pudge, yeah. So far for this set, I have his insanity mask. I have his brace with nails stuck in his arm. I started this machete, which I did at UV tutorials for, up on the channel. And I'm doing the other weapon right now, which is gonna be this hay hook with a rope all over it, curling around. Kind of neat from a distance. And then for the back, I'm start adding a bunch of nails on his back, and I'll put more nails without the nail heads and see what I can come up with. I have quite a bit of polygons to go on the back, so I don't know. I gotta brainstorm and come up with something else to add on there. But yeah, it'll be a 5-piece set for him. Yeah, I did notice the mom thing. Though for some reason, you can't see this in the game. I think the shader blocks that or something. I don't know. I couldn't find that in the game view. But yeah, there's the mom tattoo on his belly. Test. A raid call? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, man, that sounds cool. Storm Spirit set. I started actually a Storm Spirit set, which was gonna be a take on Dota Cinema's Reeves version of Storm Spirit. So he'd be all super fat head, you know, all those features from the concept art. This is your Wow, really? The WCG just completely dropped Dota? They must have worked out a deal or something. Weak. I have to go with 4 sides here instead of 5 sides for the rope. All I can is get. We have 350 polygons to play with, and our rope needs to be optimized for all sorts of hell. Gonna be really tough keeping this guy in poly range. Oh, we're not losing enough polygons here. We have to lose one of these loops. Whole loop over here. still way over. By 300 and change. Crap. Any of you guys in the chat making any items? Play sculptor, huh? It's tough stuff, dude. Oh, that's cool, Nano. All it takes is practice, man. Just about it. I know, man. It feels like sometimes you're making some items and you get started and then you just happen to be checking the workshop and somebody just made your idea. You gotta be fast, man. It happened to me on Team Fortress 2 a lot. I'm checking out your link here. Oh man, you made a really sick Bloodseeker. Dude, that's really good. You painted it up and everything. Is that a custom mask you did? The bone mask? Yeah, I could totally use poly strips. That's what I actually tried doing for this barbed wire version that I was testing out. See? On the right spot. Something like that. But also, you know, I kind of ran out of polys, and I wasn't sure how that was going to translate in game. So I thought, what about a rope? You know, if you actually see the rope with polygons, I think it should show up better in game. And I also have the barbed wire running on my scarecrow, so I didn't want to like double up on the same, you know, make him a bit more different. Yeah, man, seeing how Bush that Bloodseeker is sick. Really good job, dude. Thanks, Vaga. Catch you later, man. Drop by anytime. There's too many polygons, guys. I gotta lose way more. Unfortunately. Bring it in this direction. Obsidian Destroyer, you know, Bush? Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of feathers to sculpt. We're still way over Polygon. Oh, I'm gonna have to lose polygons from way more places than I thought. Let's see, what can we do? I like the second loop we have here, but I'm gonna have to lose that. Instead of the 3 loops, maybe just 2 loops up here in the front. The poly count? You mean the limits on poly counts? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I've been doing it for a long time, so I have to deal with poly counts all the time. A little less, you know, the higher AAA game you're working on, you get more poly counts depending on your engine and the type of game you're working with. But yeah, Dota's on the lower end of polygons for sure. A little bit more retro in poly count, back to like Xbox One days. Maybe a bit more. No, actually, yeah, around there. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 5-sided hook, 4-sided rope. It's still way lower. Try this. Yeah, see, not Bush. I think you really should, dude. You definitely have skill. You know your volumes. You know your anatomy quite a bit. Just yeah, pick up Maya, 3D Max, or Softimage, and start learning some tutorials, man. It's pretty easy to transfer your classical art knowledge over to the computer. So yeah, if you pick up any of those programs, shoot me an email, man. Anytime you get stuck, I'll help you out. Should I add a barb to the hook? You mean like little barbed wire? You mean like this? Yeah, I don't want to use the barbed wire because I'm saving it for the scarecrow updates that I'm gonna be doing soon. Oh, like a fish hook. Oh, I see what you mean. Kind of like a little fin. What are you talking about? You know, that kind of feel. That would be a fishing hook, and this is actually a hay hook. You know what the farmers used to pick up hay, like huge cubes of hay? That's what this guy is. So that's why it doesn't have like the extra little pins that you're talking about. Oh, that's cool, man. It's a good idea though. Getting tricky with less polygons. Oh, thanks, man. If you guys want to see some more of my work, you can check out my website right there, or my workshop that has more Dota stuff if you just want to see more Dota stuff or TF2 stuff. That didn't work. There you go. Let's isolate this stuff. Getting a little cluttered. Unfortunately, well, I did the Pudge pans that you see right here. And those did really well for the month they were out, but they were only out for a month because they were part of the Frostivus chest. So that was the only month you could ever get your Skedaddle or your Bloodstained Bridges, which are the pants for Pudge. So those did really good for that month, but you can't get them or buy them anymore. So yeah, gotta make more items. I think people still buy the Durag in Team Fortress 2. You know, it's really old, so I mean it doesn't sell as much, but I think, you know, still comes in drops of crates and stuff like that, so not bad. No, they didn't call me Manny Calavera, but this is really funny. When we moved around offices quite a bit at Lucas, you know, because we were moving teams around and all that stuff, you know, throughout the many years we were there. And the last time I moved to a new office in one of our different buildings, when I moved into my office, somebody had left behind a Manny Calavera cutout, you know, like wall post, not a poster, the actual standout, you know, a standee. Like, not on purpose or anything, so I was like, oh man, that's awesome. So I grabbed it and I put it underneath my nameplate, you know, on the door. So I had Manny Calavera up on my door. Nobody called me that though. Oh, thanks Eugene. I appreciate the comments, man. Support? Oh man, I love support from you guys, man. That's awesome. I'm trying to get the website, you know, that's gonna host these videos and tutorials, free tutorials and premium tutorials. It's www.liveworkshop.com. So I'm still working on the website, but that's gonna host all these videos, all these tutorials for people to learn, you know, how to make illustrations, speeder renders, poster, 3D models, or Dota 2 items. So I'm getting that stuff off the ground. So the best thing right now, if you want to help me out, is just, you know, invite people in here, get people to subscribe to the YouTube channel, get people to follow me on this Twitch channel or on the Facebook page. As I build the website and get it all up and running. Dude, that's a pretty cool pose you got on, man. Did all you guys follow the channel? All the camera's killing me. Way too many polys still. Damn. Yeah, I mean, you haven't even seen the ZBrush stuff. Like, this is just the low poly stuff. And I'm actually making a bit more complex than I should be, but you know, the ZBrush stuff always takes quite a bit of time too. I'll show you the last ZBrush I did for the mask. There's way too much detail, but I think I was broadcasting, so I want to show people how the item was made. So this is the new Insanity mask that I updated. And I actually updated one more time. Has this version where it doesn't have all these holes all over it. This is the ZBrush file for it. Maybe like, I want to change it a bit more. This would cost a lot more polys though. But to kind of like make it straight. Oh. Okay, what else we got in here to show you guys? Here's my sculpt for Starkiller, the apprentice in Star Wars The Force Unleashed. a better shader for this guy. Kinda hard to see the details. That's a good one. Oh, too bright. Better. Let's mess him up. Get too strong. Get my tablet out. Bring down the intensity. Way too much. Sam's gonna get pissed. Sam Witwer was the actor that played Dark Killer, Force Unleashed. Making an older version of him now. Put up his. There you go. We're making it a little bit older. There you go, a little bit mangled. Alright. It's enough fun with the tablet. Anti-mage? No, this is just a Star Killer from the Force Unleashed, and I was just showing them a little bit of... We're gonna mess up his eye, just for fun. But yeah, we're gonna close that. And we're getting back to low poly stuff. Look at all those polygons! Oh... I use an Intuos 4. I haven't been a fan of the Cintiq stuff yet, really. You know, like for freaking 13 years I've been using Wacom tablets, so... Not looking straight at what I'm doing with my hands doesn't really make a difference for me anymore. Do some polygons, guys. Gotta do it. Rough. Alright, not bad. Still have over 100 polygons to get rid of. Oh god. The full model? The whole Pudge model? So here's that mask, you know, that I showed ZBrush a few moments ago. Without the holes now in the texture on the normal map. Well, you can't see the normal map here. There's just the fuse channel, but here, this is the low poly and the color map only. And that's the brace replacement, and the nails, and the other brace for the other arm. The machete replacement, untextured. And the hook replacement that we're doing right now. Low poly. The music is Ronald Jenkins. You can find him on YouTube or on his website at ronaldjenkins.com. Really cool guy. I need to finish the weapon, the machete, and the hook before I can submit this to the workshop. So I think it'll be another week or so until I submit it, and hopefully not too long after that it should get into the shop. God willing. If there was. Okay. Need to lose more polygons still. Bye-bye for the hook line. Yeah, I mean, I sort of had that going with this piece over here. Whoops. You know, but with the amount of polygons I have to do a lot of double facing, because the hook, you'll be able to see the hook from the top and the back side. So these guys become 4-sided polygons. And just one line of those is not enough. To do 2 different barbed wire lines with front and back, so the poly count grew fairly quick for it. And it doesn't read as well in game when you use 2D planes at that scale. So that's why I'm trying out the rope right now with actually, that actually has some volume to it. It'll read better in game. Hey Macbeth, what's up, buddy? No worries, Serum. Yeah, that's a lot of polygons. 350. There are polygons to give away. This is for the low polygon. This is not for the high poly stuff. For high polygon stuff, you do use ZBrush, but this is Softimage or Maya is what most people use. Because they're not aware of Softimage. I try to tell them, but most people won't listen. Oh man, what can we do here? Take off the handle and just make it metal, but then it won't really read as a hay hook. What do you guys think for the back item? I started adding up all these nails that I had for going for his arm, you know, bloodied up. So that's new. But for the back, I was gonna put all these nails and maybe add some more of these guys. Those spikes. All up in his spine. Don't say barbed wire. I already thought of that. I use Softimage. It's a better modeler than Maya or 3D Max. See, like you can just grab your polygons by raycasting. Maya, you need to grab all these plugins for Maya to be, you know, as useful as XSI. Just tons of little things, you know, like when you're grabbing your, say you're working on edges, you know, you select a bunch of edges and you right click. Softimage only gives you the options that you can actually use while you're working on edge mode. In Maya, you'd have to hit you know, the spacebar and go into a menu, and then another submenu, and then another submenu, and then do what you actually wanted to do. So this is really streamlined, and it's built to make you to be able to model faster than you know, Maya's menus or 3D Max's. The render's, you know, way nicer, way more intuitive. Got some nice rendering tools, you know, just to do on the fly over your screen. The self-selection is great. You can subdivide stuff on the fly. And check this out. You see your low poly cage right over top of your high poly stuff, or your, you know, your mid poly stuff. That's really nice in that way. Tons and tons of cool modeling, things like that. Make a bro for Pudge? What? What about a backpack with corpse parts inside? Oh, like a sack that he's got on his back, you know, with body parts. That might work. Only got what's the poly count for the back? I think it's 400. Yeah, I have 400 polygons to play with for the back, which is a decent amount, I guess. The highest, really. Make him a 6-pack. A Sakura wooden box with body parts. Be nice to kind of bulk up his back a little bit. Though I do like the silhouette change that these nails are doing. What about a noose over his neck and just hanging over his back? It's kind of hard to read when it, I don't know, maybe. Just that his neck is in such a weird position, you know? Got this huge bulk up here. Kind of hard to read a noose on him. An umbilical cord. What about his intestines? Just like, oh yeah, what about that? What if I made like intestines actually like kind of hanging out? That could be part of his back, or part of the back item. Nail the box to his back. Just like wooden planes for no reason, just nailed to his back. A Superman outfit? Oh man, you can't get silly with this stuff, otherwise you get yelled at for not being in lore and you'll never get into the game. That's actually why I have to change this mask quite a bit to make it more fit into the lore a bit better. Reading too much like a hockey mask before, so now it looks like he made that and he's just crazy and he still fits in the lore now. And I touched up the texture quite a bit. Basically a whole new model, so I'm happy with it. It's way better. Intestine bow tie. Yeah, see, bow tie, I mean, a bow tie would be, you know, funny, but you will not see it most of the time in the game view. You know, his freaking head's gonna hide it. Because he has like no, yeah, his neck is just so weird. Like in his sternum pretty much. Really weird. You guys are getting silly. Getting kind of stuck on these poly count. Gotta lose something. More blood. I actually already did a little bit of more blood on his chest when I did the mouthpiece for him. Let me show you guys real quick. Check it out. So I modified his mouth with this new item that has it open all the time with his tongue kind of like sticking out and has all these guts, you know, hanging out, and has extra blood on the chest with these polygons that I placed over top of him, exactly in the same position as these other polygons were, see? Really neat little trick. And then I just rigged it exactly to the same numbers, each vertex by vertex, and then you get the the extra texture, even though you're not allowed, you can't edit the texture underneath. I found that way by making these planes and rigging them precisely. That was kind of neat. Pass back on. Actually, yeah, let me show you guys again the trick behind this guy. The overbite was built in for two reasons. One, so you could see that his mouth was open from the game view, you know? Otherwise, if it was like, you know, the same straight angle, you wouldn't really notice that his mouth was actually open and had his tongue, mouth, and all that. The other reason is that I can't really edit the mesh underneath. And he's got this huge chin, right? And this overbite on there. So I had to use the tongue to hide his actual jaw from the game. And this is actually a little bit distorted. I had to distort it because of the facial animations change his shape quite a bit once it gets imported into the game. So I have to actually, what I did was I used the bottom teeth to look like his top teeth. See that? And then I just modeled the bottom teeth so I can spend more polygons on adding the chest piece stuff and the blood, the hanging blood from his mouth. Because you don't get a lot of polygons to replace the hair. So I did a few tricks to get his top teeth to show too, kind of like that. I thought about making like some creepy shoes or like bags or something for him too, but again, you don't really see his, you know, I don't know if you see his feet all that well, you know, it's like the thing at the bottom, you know, and all shadowed up in game with no light. I don't know. There's also no item slot for the feet, so it would have to be like a back slot that would incorporate the feet along with it. So I don't know if it's worth it to spend all the polygons down there when you barely even see them. I don't know. Maybe they were just like bags or something. They could be part of the back as part of the set. Food for thought. Pun intended. I know, right? They're just like a little purple on the nails. I think the only dirt they have on them is this little one blood spot right here. And it's kind of cut off by the UV there a little bit, but yeah. Got it. I'm not sure what to do with the Polygon for this thing. It's not even the loops that are causing the poly count anymore. I feel like that's just 40 polygons there. If I lose that, there's still 34 polygons over. Thanks, Serum. The nails might be hard to read, but I did make them quite large, larger than they would be, so that they still read at a silhouette level. And the blood on the arm helps, but I can't really do blood all over his back and skin. But that's okay. I'll have to have blood all over him. And I think once it's in the engine as well, these nails will have a little bit of shine to them, you know, with the specular mask. So they'll actually, you know, shine a little bit more, so they'll be more noticeable as well. But I do need to do a test to make sure that it works. You are right with your concern, sir. Yeah, the camera's about, you know, if he was on screen, he'd probably be about, I don't know, yay big. Depending where he's on the screen, you know, if they're on the lower screen, they get bigger because of the 3/4 angle. But he probably gets about that big if you zoom in the game. If you're zoomed out, about that big. But I mean, you can still see the silhouette change, and if they're glittering, you know, like they have that specular highlight on them, they'll play nice contrast like, with his really light skin. I'll have to tell for sure. Yeah. Maybe we should prep this guy up for some ZBrush. You guys probably more interested in seeing that stuff, huh? Get tricky for ZBrush. Yeah, I do play Dota. I play Spirit Breaker, and I play Lifestealer and Nature's Prophet. And I played a little bit of Faceless Void. I haven't played with him in a while though, but I like him a lot. Yeah, so somebody in the chat is asking if to explain the process after I've done the high poly mesh for an object. So say, you know, you have your high poly mesh. Let's call this the high poly mesh. I would import that into Softimage and place it, you know, right over top of my low poly mesh. And my low poly mesh needs to be UV wrapped, which it is. And what you do is you bake your normal map from your high polygon model into your low polygon mesh. So your low poly mesh gets a render map attached to it, and then you tell it to bake the high poly detail into the low poly in-game mesh version of it. You can do that in Maya or in XSI, or you can do it in XNormal, which is even easier to do because you just drag stuff in there, put some settings down, and tell it to bake your normal map or your ambient occlusion map. Your ambient occlusion map is your map that creates all the self-shadowing, you know, underneath other meshes and, you know, little details like that. So you get some nice realistic shadowing that you don't have to paint in. And you can also use that to start your diffuse color map. So yeah, once you bake those textures, you go into Photoshop and you start texturing from your AO, your ambient occlusion map. Once you're done with that, you make your different materials, your material masks that tell Dota to put a rim highlight at the edge of the models, or you spec your highlights or reflection or self-illumination for glowy stuff. And then you bring it into Dota and you compile it. So that's how you do it in a nutshell. If you want to see the actual process of exporting a mesh and all the files that you need to get it into the workshop, I made a tutorial over at the liveworkshop.com that goes step by step on how to publish your item on the workshop. So check that out if you're interested in doing it. Do I bake in AO? I bake an occlusion mask, yeah I do, for sure. Because then that actually helps me start texturing the color map. Or the diffuse. So this guy, I used the ambient occlusion so I could get all the darkness into the crevices of the wood panels there. And then I used an alpha mask to darken the ice on the inside. See that? It looks scarier with a bit of, you know, darkness in there. Otherwise you see all this pink stuff around this eyes. Nice little cheat. Yeah, check out the tutorials up on the YouTube part of the channel. So you can go on the website and then just find the YouTube link in there, and you can subscribe to the channel, and you'll be aware of when all the new stuff goes on. Or the Facebook page. They'll both give you the information. Let's make a lower version. Oh, I really don't want to lose this loop. 50 polygons though. 40 polygons, not even 50. And how often do I stream? I want to start streaming at least twice a week. I haven't been able to do it for some time because I've been studio hunting and I've been setting up the liveworkshop.com website, which is still not finished, so I haven't officially launched it. But you guys that are in here, you know, you can. I'm telling you guys so you guys can follow the progress of the, you know, you can subscribe to the YouTube page and all that stuff. So when I'm actually ready to launch it, I'll advertise it huge, and Valve's gonna get behind it, and they'll post it on their forums, and we'll get more people learning how to make items for Dota, hopefully. And the website will also have how to, it will teach you how to illustrate or do beauty renders or high poly sculpts. It won't be just Dota stuff, but there'll be a large Dota 2 section. Thanks, Netlick. Appreciate the follows, man. Tell your friends. The more people we get in here, the more coverage we'll get on Twitch as well. It'll help for the lunch, later down the line. How many items have I submitted to the workshop? I submitted, I think, 5 for Pudge so far, I think. And I think I submitted another 6 for the Scarecrow, the Psychopath set. And I have another set that's halfway finished for Skeleton King. And I have another set that's a little bit less than halfway done for Phantom Lancer. So I'll jump on those as soon as I finish this set here. But I'm getting stuck on this goddamn hay hook. I just really don't want to lose polygons on the hook, but I think I'm gonna have to, guys. Or lose another loop on the ropes. Hey, the Logical Own. Yeah, that's very possible. I was in the Studio Rumble. I was one of the admins in the Studio Rumble, and I was in there all the time. So I'm sure you played TF2 with me. Glad you're on the stream, man. Oh, for real? I'm on the front page? Let me refresh my front page. Oh, I'm not on there anymore. I think it cycles, and if you're lucky enough, you'll get under one of the cycles, but yeah, I'm not in there right now. Damn it, I still haven't seen myself on the front page. That'd be really cool. Is the music loud enough, guys, or is it too loud? Let me know if the volume's a little bit off. I don't want to be drowned out by the music or anything, so you guys let me know. It's kind of hard for me to tell. Hey Carter, welcome to the channel, dude. Awesome, thanks guys. Making the rope curl up his arm. So in game, when he's holding a hook, there's already this kind of like sprite, like 2D sheet, that is like the chain or the rope, depending on what item you have on Pudge, that I have no control over. That's on Valve's side because it's a special effect. So they have that rope just kind of like hanging out, from his arm, from here down to his hand. So if I have the rope go up, it's gonna like double up, So yeah, I shouldn't try and double up. It's gonna look weird. All this stuff out of the way. Show the mask? Oh, sure, here you go. This is just the color map. Actually, I can show it to you guys in game if you guys want to see it really bad. Since I'm stuck on this hook anyways. You guys want to see it in game? Alright, let me save my work and minimize this window. And I'll show you guys this bad boy in game. Oh, thanks guys. Yeah, I remade the mask, I think, twice until I finally got it, so I'm really happy how it is right now. I got some feedback from Valve and we fixed it up really nice, so it fits within the lore. Alright. Do this really quickly so you guys can see it in the game. Done this a million times, so did it fairly quick now. Bam! Actually, check this out, guys. We can go in the actual game. Let's load it up. Oh man, that's a really good idea. For the back, I can definitely afford more polygons, so we can bend some of the nails on his back. That's a great idea, dude. I'm gonna do that. Thanks. Okay. Bam.
Look at all that meat, just waiting to be carved.
So here you go. See this chain here? I have no control over that sprite chain that he's got hanging off his flesh. So if I had a rope to it, it's gonna look kind of weird. But yeah, here's the mask. Actually, here, we can go somewhere else. You can see it better.
Right.
You can see it in the avatar here too.
You got it. Oh, yes! Ah, good idea. Oh, yes! Smells good, don't it? Oops, what's that mean? Breathe your last. Heading out. Take a deep breath. Coming through.
Let's kill ourselves before I exit. That.
Don't mean to cut and run.
His head goes into the ground.
Never happen again. Waiting in.
Alright, let's get back to business. He does come off a bit hickish, you know, once you put the wood mask on him and he's got the overalls on. And I think once I give him the machete, you know, and these restraints, and a hay hook and some nails, then I complete the set quite well. Oh, you're thinking some black hair? He's gonna get really metallically looking. Let's try that real quick. Take me 2 seconds to make it. You guys are awesome. No, I can't make a hockey stick, dude. If I do silly stuff, I'll never get into the game, unfortunately. They really care about keeping in lore this time around. It's not like Team Fortress 2 where they can be more playful. The lore is more important for Dota, so I need to stick around with that stuff. There, how's that, guys? Really quick and dirty. No, I'm not making no Casey Jones or anything silly. It's gotta be in the lore, so I'm making more like a butcher, killer kind of items for now. The hair is just for fun just now. Somebody brought it out. Looks like a mop on his head right now. But when he puts like alpha maps and actually paint the hair in, it'll look pretty cool. Not bad, not a bad idea, you guys, to be honest. Alright, we'll keep that as a backup for later down the line. Keep it up here with the other guys. Alright, I should get this guy ready to go into ZBrush so we can do some wraps. It's gonna be tricky though. This has got all these, see all the blue lines? All these blue lines are gonna be weird edges for ZBrush to handle. So what we need to do is grab all those blue edges and do a quick test to see how messed up they're gonna get when we start sculpting, because it might pull them away from, say you're sculpting around the edge here, it's gonna screw with it big time. I'm gonna duplicate it a shit ton of times there. And then we need to get rid of all these guys. They're gonna cause problems too, all these edges going across. We don't want them. They're there so that the low polygon light's better in game, but if you leave them in there for ZBrush, ZBrush is not gonna like it. You always want quads. If there's no quads, you make some quads. Alright, I think we're almost there. Alright. Now what we want to do is grab all these guys and bevel them a few times so that the mid-poly version of the model will have those hard edges like it does in the low-poly version when we subdivide it for ZBrush. And yeah, this is Optimage I'm using. See what other edges we might have to do here. Crap. Gonna need way more than this. Especially along this edges. Yeah. I want to grab all these edges. Those are the ones that I know are gonna work when the high poly version goes. All these guys are gonna be a pain in the ass. A Pudge beard, like a hobo beard? Hobo beard might work. That's a good idea. Alright, I think we might almost be set here to go into ZBrush, guys. So with that selection that we just did, and we added bevels to that, check it out. We have a mid-poly version of the bandages ready to go into ZBrush. And of course there's some errors because some edges don't like to be non-beveled. So we push that stuff all the way to the end there. Then we duplicate it to make sure we don't mess with it later. Same with this guy here. Whoa. Go. And because it's so low poly, we don't have to worry about, you know, everything being watertight. We can always clean that up in the textures since it's so low poly. If it was, you know, like a super, really high poly and way more polygons, you know, like an action game or a fighting game, then we have to be way more careful with that stuff. But here we got some room to play around and fix it in the texture if we need to later on. Oh, we didn't do this guy down here. There we go. That's our mid-poly version ready to go into ZBrush. Alright, let's see if my button works for exporting to ZBrush. For Dota so far, I've gotten the Pudge pants, the bridges into the game, and they got into the Frost of Us crate for the Christmas special. So that's the item that's in game so far. Check it out. We have our wraps into ZBrush. Now we can start adding some detail so they look tighter. I don't work directly with them. I do have a project that I'm working with them on right now, but I can't talk about it. I'm using the Intuos 4 right now. This is ZBrush now, guys. I imported it from Softimage. Does Jenkins have a new album coming out soon? I thought he just came out with, what was it, the Sky one? Sky something? When's his new album coming out? It's a machete blade. It's not a cleaver. The Dota store right now, the one item that I have so far in Dota 2 was part of a Christmas chest, so you can't actually buy any items that I have in Dota 2 right now. You can search for my stuff on the workshop under Sith Happens. If you go to liveworkshop.com, you can go to the Steam link, and it'll guide you straight into where all my items are in the submissions. Let me get that for you guys right now. So there's the website right now that's under construction, but it holds all the links for the Facebook page, the YouTube page, and the Steam Workshop page. And here's the last link that has that goes to the Steam Workshop page. That's all the items that I've submitted so far. Can I describe the parameters I'm limited to when making Dota 2 items? So the big restrictions are the poly count. So you have to stay within the poly count limit per item that you're creating, and depending on the model you have, some of them have more polygons depending on what character you're working on. So there's a polygon count, and there's also the texture size. They will also give you the texture size limits. Most of them will be 256 by 128 pixels. Of course, you want to work bigger than that. You probably want to work at 1024 by 512. And then once you get into the game, it gets down res for in-game resolution. But you always want to work bigger in case you want to make a marketing image or a beauty render or the thumbnail. You want to show off, the item at a bigger scale. So always work higher. You can always down res, but you can never, up res stuff. So work smart. Now this is just the third or fourth subdivision, so it's nice and dirty. We'll fix all this blobby sculpts into the next subdivision. This is just to get the main shape in there. Lifestealer set would be really fun to make, actually. I guess I'm biased because I play Lifestealer a little bit. Oh, thanks, Lord SK. You think they should have tattered edges? Yeah, for sure. I think I can do that in the texture. If there's an alpha map that I can use, I can do it that way. If not, I can just paint it in myself. With be part of the diffuse. But yeah, totally should be tattered and beat up, scraped and dirty and bloodied. Whoops. Now under here we want to, you know, make the normal map think that that bandage continues under there, so you kind of like cut it a little bit and then bulge it back out. You know, make it feel like it's got some volume underneath there. We'll make it prettier in the next subdivision. Oh, cool, Goblin. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. What hero did you start playing with? I think the first hero I ever tried was, crap, who was it? It wasn't Spirit Breaker. Chaos Knight, I think, was the first one I ever used. And man, I died so many times. Axe? Yeah. Yes, Axe is supposed to be an easy guy to start with. I've always had a hard time with Axe though. I always got targeted or something, I don't know. Bad Axe. Darkseer is pretty tough to learn. He's very situational. Oh yeah, Dark Knight's a pretty good hero to start with actually. That's a good call, guys. And I still have never learned them. It's too late for me to learn them, I think. To actually use them though. I just don't like the hero. It's boring. Oh, this side's kind of ugly. This. Line's going the wrong way. We want the tension to be going from top to bottom. So the wrap would create this kind of angle. Tension would be then at the bottom, down here. Fix that next subdivision too. And it looks pretty sloppy right now, but that's just not enough polys. I'll fix it next subdivision. Yeah, I'm running on an i7 3030 P79. This is ZBrush. And now I just subdivided the mesh again so we can go in there and actually sculpt a little bit more of the actual tension. It's always kind of hard to work at the mid subdivision level because it looks so ugly. But you just have to keep in mind that it will look way better once you start actually putting the detail in. So don't spend too much time in that middle subdivision trying to make it all pretty because it's never gonna look great. Just get the main shapes in there and move on to the higher res stuff inside ZBrush. Both those steps, I mean. Where are those fugly little bumps we had before? Now we're getting rid of them. And adding the tension to the right spots that we sort of like half modeled before. Whoops. This is an item for Pudge. Let me show you guys the in-game version in a second. To smooth this stuff out, it's looking kind of ugly over here. There we go. Way better. I need to retouch that part. Now, when you're working with really small meshes, using the flatten tool or the stream smooth border edge tool, you'll get some really nice normals. Go, start to get a nice little tightness to it. Sorry guys, I'm not trying to ignore the chat, just kind of get in the groove here. Go to the chat. Let's see where we at. Let me minimize out of ZBrush so you can see the model while I take a look at the chat and respond to some questions. Save this real quick. So that's the mesh we're working on right now. This machete kind of blade for Pudge. Alright, let's take a look at the questions. Oh man, you guys talking about a lot of different things in the chat. Yeah, I mean, if you're a student, it's a really good, well-built community that they have going. You know, starting with the TF2 items. Tons of forums picked it up. There's a lot of challenges. People challenge one another. You know, you don't necessarily need to be even in school. You know, you can start learning this stuff on your own, and use those communities like Polygon and CG Talk and CG Hub and all these other websites that will host that. You know, those communities, and eventually LabWorkshop.com will too, hopefully. For 3D I was using ZBrush, and this is Soft Image that I'm using now, or that you're looking at on the screen right now for the low poly assets. The items are for Pudge, yeah. We have a 5 item set going on. There's one. There's actually the arm's part of the left arm with Pudge, so that's an item right there. And that's an item right there. And that's the weapon. And the hay hook that I'm trying to get the polycount down on so I can make it with the other weapon. And then for the back, it will go well with either the bloodstained bridges that are in the game already, or playing around with the idea of putting, you know, these nails and bent nails, you know, somebody suggested in the channel earlier, or little spikes, you know, all over his back. So we'll see what the back item is, but I think it'll work. Yes, I can still. They can be part of the back item, but I can transfer them across to be on the other arm, even though it's not part of it. For the left arm, the whole arm is actually part of the substitution for that item. So default Pudge has no arm. The arm he has in game is an actual item, not just like the brace or whatever he's got on as default. And that's why I can actually edit the texture on him and add all this blood, you know, coming out from the nails and stuff. Can't do that with this arm because this arm is part of the default model. Yeah, I thought about a chainsaw, but then you'd have to make it, you know, really steampunky, you know, so that it fits maybe even with kind of like the style that Sniper has. But I don't know. I think Valve and all the Dota 2 fans would have a problem with it. They'd probably think it was out of lore. So yeah, I didn't want to take that risk of making this sweet, you know, chainsaw and being rejected because of the lore. You know, it's tricky, and you have to restrict yourself sometimes for the good of the game. Oh, I also have... where am I looking? I made a thumbnail for the mask that I need to touch up because it still has the holes in it before I edited it. But check it out, you guys. I think this is it, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Mac. You think the mask needs to be bigger? Yeah, Photoshop takes a little bit to learn, but once you do, man, you can do anything with it. I mean, you know, I just took those holes off his face for the beater render quite easily. The song name, let me bring it up for you. This is called Throwing Fire by Ronald Jenkins. This was a render from my low poly, and then I painted on top of it and added, you know, fog and painted in the, you know, the warmth and the fog and all that stuff. So it's a combination of the two. What we call a beauty render, and more of an illustration, I guess, at this point. But yeah, always awesome to use your 3D for painting. Speeds up things, and you know, it's more precise. And it's your work at the end of the day, you know, it's all your stuff anyway, so why not use 3D? Alright, let's get back to ZBrush. Make some folds. I'm probably spending more time than I should on these folds because it's going to be a white texture with a lot of dirt on it. But I think I modeled enough so people can see how it should be done. Well, let's speed up this a little bit. This is one of Ronald Jenkins' new song from his album, Magnetic Moment. It's awesome. That beat, man. Hey, Val, what's up, Vince? You at work, buddy? This is machete for Pudge for Dota 2. This sucker right here. Vince. I made the low poly first for Dota items. It's probably the only time that I'll do the low poly first, because you really have to nail down the poly count because they're so low poly. And for most things, you don't really need, you know, a ZBrush file for your items. For face ones and, you know, ones that might show up in the avatar or really big items, then you should make a ZBrush file for it. Otherwise, you probably find, you know, painting a lot of that detail in yourself into the texture. Like, for example, right now, like, I probably shouldn't be making, you know, like this much detail in the bandages, but I want to show you guys, you know, the proper way of putting tension to low poly cloth stuff so that it reads at small scale on normal maps. Like all this stuff I could probably paint into the texture, but why not? Whoops. Let's change the direction of this little guy here so that the normal map fights against the contrast there and give us a nice little highlight. This bumpy stuff, we don't have to worry about it. It's gonna be smooth in the low poly anyways. Whoa, I got some weird direction going on here. Don't worry about this little cut right here. Fix this in the texture. Gonna go underneath that bandage anyway, so it's gonna be hidden. Don't worry about it. Take a look at the chat. Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to be using a Wacom tablet or a Cintiq for this kind of work. You can get away with using a mouse by, setting your stroke with a lazy mouse, and you can get some really, smooth strokes. But it's gonna take you, a way longer time than if you just have a Wacom tablet and you can use, real brush strokes, that you can do yourself. I'm just gonna make this, a little quick and dirty because it's not gonna show up all that much in game. So I don't need to make this part as detailed as I've been doing it. So excuse the sloppiness, but it's really not gonna show up. We just want the big wraps, the big indents to show up, and then use that for the AO mask, and then use that to make our diffuse and make those areas stand out a little bit more. We'll get nice wraps out of that. Quick and dirty. Favorite hero to design for? I guess I've designed mostly Pudge stuff right now, but it wasn't deliberate. I just happened to come up with ideas, you know, that was like, oh man, that'd be great for Pudge. So then I started doing it, and I, you know, went on to do it. I'm making a pretty cool Phantom Lancer set that I'm really excited for. So I think that one will be really neat. Considering that you don't have any talent in drawing or whatsoever, how long do you think a person needs to be able to create a reasonable model in Dota 2? You mean just sculpting it? And I mean, you don't have to be able to draw really well, but you need to, you know, understand texturing quite well. A lot of the detail, you know, and color values and gradients are really important in Dota, so you need to know that stuff to create some really neat items. Times wise, depends, you know, if you make a high poly mesh or if you just go straight and make the low poly and then, you know, texture the rest of the stuff yourself. If you work straight the whole day and you do your low poly, a little bit of high poly, your UVs, and bake them out and texture them, you can probably make an item in 3-4 days. I mean, you know, you're just making items, you're not making a whole character, so it depends on the complexity and whether you're designing from a concept that you made earlier or if you're designing as you sculpt, which I tend to do quite a bit. So you might remake areas, you know, a couple times just because, you know, it worked out better in 3D or something like that. I always find that really helpful to see the quick concept, you know, a quick block out in 3D. And most of the time it just works out, so you just keep going. This angle's kind of weird. Get that up in the texture somewhere. Not worried about it. Yeah, Photoshop definitely takes a little bit to learn all the quirks. Once you do though, it's... you can do so much with it, man. I remember the last time I had to use a pen or a pencil to draw something. Oh, actually, I had to use ink and do some line work for a friend that wanted me to sign his LucasArts history book. So I did a Boba Fett on the inside of the cover book, And man, I was so goddamn rusty. It took me forever to do the line work right. But he was happy with it, so came out. Alright, let's speed up here. I keep slowing down, just sharpen these guys up. Nice flat areas for those normal maps. Ah, Jesus. Awful. There we go. That's a nice one. Oops. What's great about this, if you make all your stuff quite sharp in your ZBrush, like I'm doing right now, you can just paint right over that stuff if you want to soften it up in the texture. But it's always nice, you know, for really like a small stuff or in-game to do extra extruded or extra sharp, or in this case flat folds, because you can always soften them up in the texture. If it's higher, you know, polygon models, stuff like that, then, you know, you can't do that stuff. But for Dota, it's great. It's a nice little trick to find a happy medium, or to change it later down the line if you desire. Yeah, see, this flat little edge is gonna look great in game. I'll give it the light a direction to go in, because there won't be that many vertices to actually push that light direction inside the engine. Not gonna make a pretty sculpt in ZBrush, but it'll be great in game. Alright, Vince. Have a fun meeting, man. See you in a bit. This program is ZBrush. Trying to knock this guy's out really quick so we can start baking this for the normal map and the ambient occlusion that I was telling you guys about. Well, this part down here I'm not very concerned about because Pudge is always going to have his hand over it, so we don't have to put as much detail into this area. And I actually used less UVs for this area as well because it was going to be covered most of the time. So as you're making your model and your UVs, make sure to keep in mind, you know, how much of that part is going to be shown in game. Is it going to be covered? Is it going to be at the bottom of the model? Will you see it most of the time? Is it a third person game, a first person game? And always think where the seams are going to go as you're modeling your model as well. So think of all three things from start to finish. You'll end up with better textures, better resolution, better model. Quick and dirty this area. Right. Oh, hey Elaine, welcome back. You can call me Sith, or you can call me my name. It's Manny. Just like that. So for you people, for those people that just joined, I was just making the ZBrush file for Pudge's new machete that I have right here, and it's gonna be part of the Insanity set for this mask that I already have made, and these braces and nails and this hay hook with a rope that I'm still battling with to see how I can bring the poly count down so I can get into the game. But I'm really trying not to lose another loop and then extra polygons from the hay hook. But yeah, we'll get back to that guy soon. Gotta figure that guy out. So that was actually our mid polygon. So there's our machete with our UVs. Nice and tight. Extra resolution would be great. Great for our texture. This is Soft Image, XSI used to be called, before Autodesk bought them out. Elaine, since LucasArts shut down, well, I guess they just... Disney pushed everybody out and they made LucasArts an external IP now, or they're gonna be selling all the external IPs now. And actually, I just heard that EA is getting all the IPs for Star Wars. So yeah, no more Star Wars being done internally at Lucasfilm, and the entire LucasArts department got pushed out, me included. So I've been, for the past few weeks, I've been talking to other studios, and I've been also trying to set up the liveworkshop.com website, which I still haven't launched officially, even though it's live right now. There's still quite a bit of work to do on it, so I've been spending a lot of time on that. And I'll be making Dota items, you know, I guess full-time, along with the website and this other project that I have in the works, this iOS game. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. If I can do it full-time, I'll try and make it full-time. Thanks, Aline. Alright, let's see if our go-see works. It obviously gives me errors, but it still works sometimes, I don't know. Let's try it out. Save this before we break something. Go see import. Oh no. That totally didn't work. And imported the old one. Come on, ZBrush. We might have to delete lower and then export GoC perhaps. Let's try that out. Well, it's taking longer, so yeah, I think it's grabbing all the polygons this time now. Alright. And of course there's an error. And let's try import that again. The import. Oh, I think this one's doing it, guys. Hey Junkstar, welcome to the chat. Yeah, we're making some Pudge items. Elaine, I published the bloodstain bridges, which I can show you guys right now. There they are. So those guys are in game. And I have a whole of other items for Pudge that I submitted. And I have the Psychopath set submitted as well, which is a scarecrow version of Pudge. Let me show you guys that real quick. Okay, got the link. Here you go, guys. Here's the link of the separate items and the two sets that I have right now. And I have two more sets in the works besides this one that I'm doing right now. I know, Anuxi makes all like the really pretty, super fantasy stuff that looks beautiful. And I've just been making like super scary, gory, you know, total guy stuff and just making all the girl stuff. I was chatting with her actually the other week. And I was giving her a heads up because there was a bug that I found for Pudge. When you were importing items, it kept breaking the viewport for Dota 2. So one of the default cleavers was broken and it was causing you to break the entire model every time you would try to import anything else. So when you imported it into the cleaver slot, you stopped that error from happening and then you were able to see the item you were working on. So I was telling her and other workshop artists that I'm friends with, you know, heads up and how to avoid that bug if you were working on some Pudge items. And Anuxi, like, she's just laughing, she's like, oh no, don't worry, I'll never make any Pudge items, you don't have to worry about that stuff. Yeah, nails and gore, cool. My Phantom Lancer set doesn't have a lot of gore and all that stuff, but I can load it up if you guys want to see it real quick before I get back to working on the bake. Oh, check it out, there it is. We got our ZBrush bake for the high poly for the blade or machete. I think I'm calling it Insanity Blade for now, unless you guys can come up with something better. I'm completely open to suggestions. But yeah, this is what we'll use to bake our normal maps and our ambient occlusion for our diffuse. Since there's no actual ambient occlusion mask in the materials in Dota. Stuff is too low poly and too far away, it'd be a waste. But it's good for the diffuse. Gives you all that detail. Alright, let me load up the PL set for you guys real quick and then we'll come back to Pudge. Let's see here. Phantom Lancer. Thanks for the votes, I really appreciate them. Voting the items gets them noticed and hopefully, you know, they get into the game easier. So if you guys like items, vote them up. So here's the Phantom Lancer set that I got about, I don't know, maybe halfway through. I need to ZBrush all the items, but there he is. Half started, half finished. Check out that mane. It looks friggin' hilarious with that thing on, man. So there's the default right there, and here's the badass mane that I'm putting on him. He's a freaking king now. He's gonna look great because he's got, you know, this huge white hair, you know, on his arms and his hair, and you know, I made put all these belts and this tunic on him, but in game he's really gonna stand out. He's gonna contrast really, really well. So I'm really excited for this set when I get back to it. I think it's gonna be a winner. I don't know why, but that mane just makes him look even more pissed off, you know? I think it looks great. Lion King, yeah, he looked like Lion King a little bit. It's gonna be Azrath the Wise. Sean Connery? Yeah, he does look kind of that pissed off. Porsche. It totally is Sean Connery, man. And Sean Connery's a hairy bastard too, so I guess that fits. Celebrity Jeopardy. That's awesome. Answer Lancer. Alright, let's get back to Pudge. Anal bump cover. Those episodes of Jeopardy and Saturday Night Live kill me, man. Those are great. Alright, so let's move these guys into to their own layer, so we're just dealing with them when we bake out stuff. Cool. Save. Okay, so let's see. Are UVs? Oh, you guys can't see it if I put it on my second monitor, so I'll keep it on my single monitor so you guys can still see. Well, dramatically different you can do, as long as you don't hide too much of the essence of each character. So I mean, it still has to look like Pudge, you know, even though you add a lot of things to him, or even if you cover him up a bunch, you know, make sure that the parts that make Pudge are still visible, you know, like his huge belly, or, you know, his teeth, if you're hiding everything else, you know, keep some of the main features visible, and don't change the silhouette a crazy amount, you know, with something huge, obviously. I think those are the key areas to keep in mind while you're making items. And they are definitely strict with it, and I think it's okay that they are. Oh, I grabbed the super high poly stuff, so I'm gonna undo that. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's trying to grab the UV, so it's freaking out a little bit right now. That. And actually, what we're gonna do is we're gonna run a poly reduction tool on this asset, because this asset right now is oh Jesus, 1,720,320 polygons, which is way more than we need. So let me just save that, and we're gonna run poly reduction right now. So that's gonna take a minute or so. To make a set, it depends. When I did the Scarecrow Pudge set, I worked really, like, I was trying actually to make two sets at the same time, so it slowed me down, and I didn't get to finish the second one. So I was really rushing through the Psychopath set for Pudge, and I think that took me about a week and a half maybe, and it was 6 items. And I was work after my LucasArts job. I was doing it after LucasArts, like at night when I got home. So, and on the weekends. So I was going really, really fast on that guy. Yeah, I can definitely use my self-made items. So I use my bloodstained bridges for Pudge. The rare time that I use Pudge, because I'm not very good with Pudge, and I need way more practice with them. But when I use them, you get this cool, like, well, the effect is like a happy face, but with little red crosses that explode when you spawn. So every time you spawn, this like explosion of red sprites appear. This is the soft image. Yeah, other people can see the effects when you spawn for sure. So it's similar to the sparkles in Team Fortress 2. Everybody can see the sparkles in Team Fortress 2. In Dota, they don't want to have something on all the time because, you know, effects are a big part of the gameplay. So they just give you this explosion of sprites at the beginning in the shape of a happy face when you spawn, every time you spawn. Like every time you die and you spawn, you know, it shows up. Alright, so here's our poly reduction tool, and right now it's lowered it down by half. So it's down to 850,000 polygons. And still, we don't need that level of detail at all. So we're gonna bring that down. So let's go with 85% reduction. A happy place when you're baking your super high poly stuff from ZBrush. If you're using soft image, the poly reduction tool is amazing. It's really nice. It's kind of like dissemination in ZBrush. So you can bring it down to about 300,000 polygons, and it'll look exactly the same as your, 1.7 million polygons. It's that good. So right now we're at 267,000 polygons. We can probably make a bit more polygons than that. So why not? Let's bring it down to 80%. Yeah, but this is just holding all the ZBrush information in our model. Okay, so there we go. We got about 314,000 polygons. So let's close this. Let's hope soft image didn't crash. Nope, still good. Okay, so let's save this as a different file. I saved a shit ton of different revisions from my models in case it crashes or it corrupts the file. I can always go back and maybe just lose 10, 15, 20 minutes of work instead of a ton of work. And I've learned that the hard way. You learn that at studios, man. You end up losing a lot of work and oh, man. Okay, so here's our model from ZBrush. It's, visibly exact same amount of detail in there, but it's 80% less polygons. So this is only 300,000 polygons as opposed to the almost 2 million polygons that we had a minute ago. So with this in here, I can rotate, soft image is not going to slow down as much. I can bring all my other models and I can continue sculpting, way faster than if I was working with 1.7 million polygons. And the plus side as well is that I'll be able to bake this down way faster. The baking process won't have to look at every single vertice and then bake down that information down to the low poly. With 80% less vertices or polygons, the bake out is going to go way faster. So you should always do that stuff. It's great. How is what possible? So here you can see our poly reduced mesh and our in-game mesh. Oh, Elaine, you're in San Francisco too? I didn't realize Twitch. Is Twitch? I guess Twitch, the offices are in downtown San Francisco, huh? Oh man, that's awesome. Do you work in the studio? Yeah, I'd love to come down. Yeah, shoot me an email and I'll come down. I'll come visit the studio. You can show me around. I would love a tour. Hasauzi or Hasaus, I'm not sure how to say your name. The same amount of detail is retained in this. Actually, let me import the other mesh so I can show you the exact difference because it's actually pretty cool. I'm gonna re-import my GoC with my trusty plugin here from Softimage. And it's importing the mesh right now. It's almost 2 million polys, so it's taking its sweet ass time. Oh crap! Oh, go Z. Why have you done this to me? So what the plugin did is it overwrote my other plugin, my other lower poly mesh, because it was the same name. So let's go back into the last save file that I did, thankfully, and we'll change the name of that asset, and then we'll re-import the new one so I can show you guys the difference. Oh really? You guys have a small studio? Oh, that's alright. Too many people in it. That's alright. I'll have to come down. I'll bring you guys a print. A Star Wars print for you. What is Optimize doing? Oh cool, you guys opened up the office a bit more. That's nice. Oh, I think we crashed Softimage. Did we make it? Oh, check it out, we're on the front page. Hey, that's the first time I see the lab workshop on the front page. Woo! I made that icon so fast. I'll update it later and I'll give you a new one later, Elaine. But yeah, I think it reads okay. Oh, there's Softimage, okay. Okay, so it still has the polygon reduction operation in the history, so it means that it still has the 2 million polygons in memory. So let's delete that so that we clear out all that memory and we run the app way faster. I can imagine, Elaine. Wait, who's cute and who's creepy? No one's creepy. Alright, let's rename this asset to blah 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 blah. And the blade to blah blah. Alright, let's re-import the GoZ. Internet stalker. That's a pretty high level. You must be capped out. Holy shit, is it really 3:20 AM? Oh my god. That's okay, I've been staying up till like 5 in the morning. I just didn't realize it was actually this time right now. You do bring the broadcasters out. Alright, so here's our meshes. So here we go. See up here in the top left? So this 1.7 million polygons. Click this guy. 300,000. Can you tell the difference between the two? Nope. So the reason that that's so awesome is that Softimage poly reduction tool will get rid of the polygons that don't change in angle too much. So it'll delete those faces and keep the ones that change the most. So see how there's like big gaps, you know, for example right here. Oops, like right here. That's because the space between in this area was pretty flat. So you didn't need many more vertices to create the curves that an area, say, you know, like here would need. You know, or over here. So it keeps the polygons in those areas, but it merges all the other polygons in areas where stuff is flatter and less detailed. You see that? So it deletes all those polygons and keeps the ones that are really important to create the contrast in angle direction or normal direction, what they call it in the industry. So with that, you can lose tons of polygons, but you keep all the detail that creates the curves and the change in direction. So here you see, you know, you see so many, you see, you know, quads across evenly across the whole surface. but you don't need all those polygons. You know, a lot of those areas are flat, and you wouldn't notice the light changing it because light bounces, and in engines, that's essentially what is happening in the engine. You know, the light bouncing off things is what allows your eyes to see that there's a change in volume or in curves or height or whatever you want to call it. So there we go. Oh, I froze it, so I lost my place on this thing. Alright, we can just tag that and then snap it. Bam. And then freeze it again. And then we have our spot again. Cool. So let's make a mid-poly version of our blade as well. So we're just gonna go ahead and grab every single edge. Whoop. And then deselect the edges we don't want. Actually, let's delete the edges we don't want. Otherwise, it's gonna bitch and complain. All right, that looks pretty alright. This guy can go. This guy can go. Actually, no, we need those guys. This guy can go, and this guy can go. All right, this might need some work after we do it, but okay, let's try it out. Subdivision and bevel, and we'll make the bevel a little bit tighter. And there we go. We have a mid-poly subdivision. Not bad. Probably can do without this guy. Oh no, we kind of need that guy. That's fine, we can brush that out in the normal map. And what I'm doing right now is just pushing the edges all the way to the bottom so that I don't get black edges and extra shadows burning in the ambient occlusion map. So by adding another edge loop there, I'm controlling how sharp I want that edge to be. See? If I do it too much, it's like completely sharp and it's gonna make a terrible normal map. Gonna make it a little bit of room to breathe there. This could use probably another edge. Square those guys up. There we go. Little things like that you just learn over time, you know, with experience, where you need to add those edges and whatnot. Alright, so let's freeze that. Put it back to zeros. More bake out of the way so we can see our finished piece, and freeze the transforms. And there we go. Our high poly blade done. And our low poly blade done, and it's UV wrapped. Oh, no worries. Yeah, I think if I wasn't explaining it, you know, step by step, I think a lot of people would get lost and just see me moving the mouse around, and all these menus would pop up, and people would try to read them and not really make sense out of it. So yeah, I just like to explain it as I work so people can follow really easily. Cool, Elaine, just got your email. Thanks a lot. I don't have a studio right now, so I can come by anytime. You let me know when you're free or when you want to do the tour, and I'll come over. Bevel, somebody's asking, does bevel do the same as controlling edges with subdivision? Yeah, I mean you can bevel first, and then you get your edges. But if you want to do like cut edges, you know, like the edges are already cut, and you want to push the the mesh all the way to the edge, you can just add a subdivision or an edge loop and push the edge loop all the way to the bottom. Or, it's better if I just show you guys. You know, you grab your new edge loop that you create, and you push that guy all the way to the top. So let me subdivide that, and then I'll show you what happens when you push it all the way to the top. See that? Let me zoom in for you guys. It's probably smaller in your screens. So see, the farther you push that edge loop, you're gonna get a sharper edge. You know, and if you want to make that even sharper, you add another one, and then you push it up again. You start getting you know, more detail into this edge right here. See? So there it is. Let me undo all the stuff I just did. Cool. Alright, so let's bake this stuff out. Since it's only 3:30 in the morning, why not keep going? Alright, so let's open up our UV sheet and we're gonna take a look at... I have mirrored faces on the texture so that I reuse the texture space, and in turn I can have more resolution for my texture and it'll look, you know, more detailed in the game. So the mirrored part is... Let me attach a material so I can see which texture I'm using here. There we go. Does it crush me to reduce all my polygons down to 1,000 polygons for the game? No, I mean, I've been working in the industry for... oh god, 14 years now, 15 years. So, I mean, I started, you know, in lower poly than this back then. So, and the last few games that I worked on have gone, you know, way higher poly. So working on Dota stuff is a little refreshing, you know. It's a little bit more of an art, you know, trying to get low poly stuff to look really well. And Dota is more about the art style and, you know, the design. You know, obviously you need to know your polygons, especially if you're going low poly and, you know, making it look good. But there's a lot of things that make Dota 2 items really shine. So yeah, I don't have a problem, you know, reducing the poly count. I've been working with super high poly stuff for a long time, so both of them are a fun change for me. IDFAQ written up. I should, you know, because a lot of people ask a lot of the same questions every time, which I don't mind answering. But yeah, I should definitely write an FAQ for everybody to be able to look at quickly. I'll actually add it to the liveworkshop.com website too, as well as the Twitch channel and the YouTube channel. So yeah, good idea. Thanks. Yeah, paintings are yeah, you get more attached to the paintings because if you have to change the angle or something in a painting, you're gonna redo a lot of work, especially lighting wise. You know, if you have to do something like that on a model, it's way easier to change. You know, your polygons, your vertices, everything's there. Your texture, you have all your layers. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, in the games industry, you always have to revise stuff. There's always revisions, so you have to get accustomed to having to change a lot of your work and do revisions and revisions and revisions. Sometimes you don't. The better you get, I guess. Alright, what was I doing? Oh, right, the mirrors. So which side was mirrored? I forget. This one or this one? we find that? Aha, that's the mirrored side. So let's grab all those polygons. And I think we did the handle as well, so let's grab that handle. And okay, so in Softimage here, the red parts are the ones that are mirrored, and I'm selecting them on the model instead of in the UV window, because if I do it in the UV window, I'll grab the polygons that are on top of that, which are the other side, so I can save memory and texture space and have a larger resolution UV sheet and better texture in the end. So that's why I'm selecting it in the mesh, and then it auto selects it in the UV window in XSI. If you do that in Maya, it'll fuck you over, so that's another plus in XSI. So now we're gonna grab those guys and we're gonna delete, which means detach in XSI. So now that's separate mesh, so we're not gonna use that for the bake. So yeah, well, I'm just gonna move it out of the way. We don't have to delete it or move it from a layer, you know, as long as it's far away, and it's low poly, so the extra render count's not gonna bother me. So there we go. Oh crap, we missed something. Let's go back. What did I miss? Ah, this guy. Alright, now let's delete that again, or detach. And we'll move it the hell out of the way. There we go. And let's save this as B. Ah. Cool. I'm gonna have some sub questions. I haven't been paying attention to the chat too much. Okay. Do I think a Dragon art school is needed to get into the industry, or can you just start out as a hobby and after tons and tons and tons of practice, can you just get into the industry? So I'll tell you what I did really quickly, because it's kind of a long story. But I wanted to be a classical animator. You know, when I was going to school in Canada, I went to Sheridan College, and I wanted to be a classical animator. I thought it was a great job, and then I found out that I didn't want to do that. So then I put my attention to 3D animation. So to get into that course, they wanted me to do a 4-year classical animation course or a 4-year illustration course, and I was like, fuck no. I want to do, you know, I want to start learning the stuff that I actually eventually want to do. You know, I don't want to waste 4 years. Well, not waste, but, you know, spend an extra 4 years and all that money and stuff that I don't want to, you know, I just didn't want to learn all that just to learn the stuff that I really wanted to do. So I left school and I learned 3D Max and Milkshape, I guess, back in 1998 on my own, and with the help of, you know, people that were already doing it, you know, from forums and all these old places. And I eventually made a mod for Half-Life. So Valve caught eye of the mod. They invited me to the Half-Life Yearly Mod Expo back in 1999, I think, or 2000, I think it was, 99 or 2000. And we won prize money for the mod, and, you know, we got on magazines and everything, and I was just beyond ecstatic, you know, because, I mean, I was an 18-year-old kid, you know, like, just did this thing, you know, I started this thing on my own, you know, got a group of people interested in it, and they joined my team and all these things. So I was just, you know, floored, you know, it was just amazing for me, amazing time. So yeah, I mean, short after that, I got a job with Valve, you know, contract work, and eventually got myself into the industry. I got an in-house gig with Digital Extremes working on Unreal Tournament. And I was there for 5 years, and then I left and I joined LucasArts, and I was at Lucas for the last 7 years. So yeah, you don't need to go to school to get into the industry. When I'm reviewing portfolios, or when I was reviewing portfolios at LucasArts, the most important thing was, number one, obviously your portfolio. You know, I don't care what school you graduated from. I didn't care what degree, you know, what the paper said. You know, I wanted to see your portfolio, because it comes down to how good is your art, you know, how creative are you. And number two, how well can you work with the team? You know, are you easy to get along with? Are you creative? Are you outspoken? You know, how well do you take criticism? How well do you take feedback? It's super important that you can do that. If you can't do that, you are not gonna work well in the games industry, or in any art studio for that matter. So you need to be level-headed, no matter how good you are. You're always gonna be learning. You know, we all are. And feedback is huge. So you need to listen to people when they give you feedback, constructive criticism, at least. You know. So those are the main things that, you know, that I ask at interviews for the people that apply at our studio. And then, yeah, I mean, I asked, you know, tons of questions, but those are two of the most important things. School and degree is not one of the most important things. The really good thing about having a degree from a school is if you're not from the United States and the studio that you want to work with is in the United States, immigration is going to give you a really hard time. Immigration is going to ask you for a 4-year degree to authorize your visa to whatever studio you're applying for, or they're going to ask you for 14 years experience in the industry. So they take every year of university or your degree as 4 years experience in the industry, which is crazy, but that's their math. So yeah, it's really useful to have a degree in that respect. If you're already in the same country, you do not need to do it. Another good thing about school though is that they force you to work. You know, if you don't have a good strong work ethic if you're young, it's a good way to get it, because you're, you know, in a classroom full of people that are also going to be creating the same stuff, and it creates, you know, a rivalry, which is a good thing in school. You know, it pushes each other to do better and to learn from one another, and it forces you to do all the work and to learn it. You know, if you're just at home doing it on your own, it's hard for some people, you know. For some people it's great, for some people it's a little bit harder. So yeah, take that experience as you will. Yeah, we're talking an awful lot, but I think it was important information. And baking this stuff is not super fun, but we need to do it. And when you guys see the results, it's really nice. This is the ambient occlusion mask and the normal map, which we should do now, because now we have no more mirrors in the UV, so that means our bakeout is going to be perfect. Alright, so let's unhide our high poly stuff. And I'm gonna export it, and I'm gonna use X-normal to create this maps. Oh no, don't worry, you can ask all you want, man. That's why I'm doing this live, so that people in the chat benefit from having me here live, you know? Otherwise I would just make videos and post them on YouTube. Yeah, I've been living in the States since I joined Lucas 7 years ago. And for Lucas, I was the lead character artist, and I worked on Force Unleashed 1 and Force Unleashed 2. So most of the Starkiller models and Proxy and Darth Mauls and Darth Vaders that you saw in there were made by me, if you played the game. Oh, Elaine, I had to tone down my gaming a lot too. I mean, I played a lot of TF2 and Dota, and actually I'm still in a league in the UGC for Highlander, but we had to stop practicing, you know, and taking it so seriously, because I don't you know, I don't have time to be so serious about competitive gaming anymore. So trying to get these projects off the ground. Alright, so I'm gonna export the models, the high poly and the low poly, so we can bring it into X-normal and bake out the maps we need. Insanity Blade. I don't think you guys gave me ideas for the name of the machete anymore. Right now I'm calling it Insanity Blade until somebody comes up with something better. Insanity Blade, low poly. LP is what I call my bakeouts for low polygon. Alright, so we're gonna export that. And we're gonna grab our high poly, which is both of these. Oh wait, but before we do that, since this guy is subdivided in XSI, we need to grab all the polygons and create a... where is it? Local subdivision, which means it's not dynamic anymore, and we'll do it at subdivision level 2. So it's actually subdividing the mesh, you know, it's not a cage anymore if you're a Maya user. So there it is, and I'm gonna freeze that and save that as a different file, just so we have a backup of the non-frozen version. Okay, so we have both our meshes there, and we're gonna export those as our high poly. I'm wondering if I should bring this into ZBrush and make the wood in ZBrush. It's totally overkill. No, we need to do. His hand's gonna be over it. The only piece you're gonna see is this piece right here. So I can just actually add normal detail with a plugin in Photoshop. So that's what it'll do. So yeah, let's just export this. We'll be fine. And we'll change this to HP for high poly, so we know what we're baking when we're in next normal. I am using Sculpting right now. I should put actually, you know, like in your screen, you guys can see my live workshop banner on the left side. I should put, you know, the current program that I'm using, so I can switch between ZBrush logo and Sculpting logo right on that banner right there. So I think that's something I'm going to try next time, so people know. I think it'll be helpful. Yeah, dating will take a long time out of your schedule there, Elaine. Do I feel the Dota workshops being flooded soon? It really seems like 5-10 people just continuously spam out content quite quickly to the point where Valve misses great stuff by smaller artists, just because people who are well known and to make items. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, man, because I do know that a lot of items get lost. I spoke with one of the art leads for Dota 2 back during the GDC in San Francisco, which is a convention for the games industry, you know, for technology within the games industry. So I read, you know, it's kind of like a mini E3, but more for the technology side of things in the video game industry. And I got invited to the Valve party, and I hung out with a few friends that I have there. And I spoke with Dabi, which is one of the head artists for Dota 2. And yeah, I mean, I talked to them about some items that I made, and you know, about other items that were in the workshop, and you know, we talked about a lot of different things. But yeah, I mean, they weren't aware of a lot of the items, and I mean, I can't really, you know, you can't really blame them. There's just so many that get pushed into the workshop. That's why they had the rating system. I still have no idea how that rating system works, because you know, I have like so many, like really well rated items. And they're not in the most popular, you know, at the top of the page on the most popular ever items, you know, link. So I have no idea how that works, or if that, you know, if those ratings will actually bring, you know, the items that are voted for to Valve's attention. I think it might need some work, you know. I mean, I'm sure it's a hard thing to do, but yeah, I just think that system, definitely, it's their way of finding items. I just think it needs a bit more work. But it's a tall order, you know. The thing for this set, I can show you the... Oh, I hit everything else. Let me bring it back up. There it is. So this is the first item that I made for Pudge, or for this set. It's this Insanity mask. And then I made this bloody arm with nails and this bracer on it. This restraining bracer. And then this other more detailed bracer on the left, on this right arm. And then for the weapon, for the cleaver replacement, we're looking at this machete blade with a wrap on it, which we made the high poly version for today. And the other side is gonna be this hay hook with a rope on it, which is still too high poly, so I need to figure out, you know, how to design around that to lower the polygon, the poly count. And then for the back, It actually goes really well with the pants that I already got into the workshop, or into the Dota. But I'm thinking about making an item so that it goes with this set, and it has all these extra nails. Oh my god, what happened to my nails? I think I put them in a different layer somewhere. Where'd they go? There they are. So I don't know, I'm playing with the idea of having the back item maybe be part of the set, maybe not. I don't think it needs it, but changes the silhouette a little bit, which is nice, you know? So that's the current set that I'm trying to finish up before I get back to the Phantom Lancer set, and the Skeleton King set, and this other secret project set that I'm working on. Thanks, Kulov, appreciate it. These are items for Pudge, yeah, but I am working on other sets for Phantom Lancer, like I said, and Skeleton King, and I don't know what I'll make next. A different hero for sure, since I already have 2 sets for Pudge, or will have 2 sets for Pudge. I only use Maya to rig the skeleton. You know, like all my items to the skeleton, and then to export to FBX format, which is what you the format that you need to import into Dota 2 and to compile the model so that it's in-game ready. 3D Max and Maya are the standard in the industry, but I prefer to use Softimage because it's a better modeling program. So I'll just bring my, you know, once I'm finished, I'll just bring it into Maya, and then I'll do whatever needs to be done so that it works. Life Stealer would be cool. I want to make a Spirit Breaker because I use Spirit Breaker a lot, but I don't think a lot of people use him, so I think I'll wait on him, and I'll make something more mainstream, for the lack of a better word. You're welcome. Alright, let's open up X Normal and move this show along. There she is. Already running. Oh, did I hit it twice? What? What's going on? Something's not right. Alright, there we go. I think it tried to run the program twice, and it said both programs said that it was already running, so it wouldn't start. That's interesting. Alright, let's go to our... Oh, look at all these Pudge items. Insanity Blade. Nope. Nope. Models. There we go. I have heard something about my Scarecrow set, and it's something that I can't talk about right now. But it's good news, and it'll just take a little bit of time on my end, so yeah. It'll be exciting. It'll be really exciting once you see what it's gonna be. Spirit Breaker's in 9th place for most used heroes? Really? You never see him, I mean, you don't see him in many games. Pro or replays. That's interesting. so let's delete this. So that's my insanity mask that I baked out from before. X normal keeps all your information from before. And we're gonna drag in our new insanity blade HP, which is our high poly. Element is 1, okay. Now our low polygon is at 0.5s. Just to remember the settings that I baked out last time that seem to work with the skill that I'm working for Dota 2. So 0.5 on the max and rear and frontal distance, which is what X normal does to shoot rays in front of the mesh and behind the mesh so that it knows, you know, where the high poly stuff is to your low poly stuff. So it creates that volume with normal maps by colors, and you know, that's the technical way that normal maps work and create the illusion of more detail in the mesh even though it's flat. Alright, so let's delete this and bring in our low poly, which is at 0.5, 0.5, and 1. Okay, so that seems to be right. Cool. And we're gonna save this under render pictures insanity blade. And we'll call it insanity blade normal. Save. And it's gonna be a TGA. And it's going to be 1024 by 512, edge padding of 3 so that it extends a little bit past the UVs that it's with, that each polygon is within, and the padding you do that so that when you downres the mesh, the compression is gonna bleed in, you know, it's gonna, whatever's past your polygon, whether it's the background or another set of polygons or another set of UVs, they're gonna bleed into each other a little bit. So you want to pad that edge padding a little bit so that it extends your normal map polygon a bit more. And it doesn't bleed when it compresses in. Okay, so there's a normal map, analyzing at 2x, it's fine because we don't have that many polygons to deal with. And I think we're good. Let's try and generate the maps. There she goes. So what I'm actually gonna do, came out pretty good. Let me close that and open up in Photoshop so you guys can see it. Insanity blade. Almost. So this line that you see here is the edge padding that I was talking about, that extended a bit more so you can, so it doesn't bleed when you scale it down. Alright, so there's some normals. So this stuff you see over here is the bandages going over the blade. So what we can do to get rid of that stuff is export a version of just the bandages and then just the blade separately, and then you bake them separately, and then you get rid of that that baking error, you know, this stuff here. So let me just brainstorm a little bit to make sure which parts I want to take out here. Kind of hard to tell without seeing the ambient occlusion mask. Thanks, Elaine, I really appreciate it. Once I'm ready to launch the website, I'm really going to go hardcore with marketing and using all the contacts that I know from the industry to get everybody aware about liveworkshop.com. So yeah, I mean, the more viewers we can get on Twitch, you know, I think everybody wins. Hello, DPM Licious. Thanks, Dota. Okay, let's do a quick bake out to see how much of this stuff is actually coming through the blade. We might not need to separate it, or we might just be able to clean it up in Photoshop, which is fairly easy as well. I just don't want to re-export everything. Pain in the butt. So we're gonna take off normal map and we're gonna bring in bake the ambient occlusion. And here's the settings for ambient occlusion. They're usually, you know, pretty decent by default. You wanna mess around with them, go ahead. Actually no, by default I think I upped the raise to 200 so you don't get as much noise on your textures. So raise will slow down your render, but if you're making Dota items and you already poly reduced your super high poly ZBrush mesh, then you should be fine with 200 raise. Ah! Alright, that was weird. And we're gonna change the name of this to AO. We don't want to override our normal map. So this is gonna take a little longer than normal map, I think, but here goes. Slowly filling in. So all these black spots that you're seeing is where the bandage is over top of the blade underneath. This is not full-time because I have three projects that I'm working on right now. One of them is Dota items. The other one is the liveworkshop.com, which is actually, you know, extremely closely related to Dota items, you know, where I'll have the stream and tutorials, premium tutorials, free tutorials, live broadcasts, YouTube links to the saved broadcasts, and everything, you know, all the Dota stuff that I do will be uploaded there so people can see it and, you know, learn and use it as an archive. So I've been building the website and for the past month and a half or so, and that's another project, that's what I'm working on. And then my other project is an iOS game that I'm designing on my own. So I guess two projects, you know, the Dota stuff included with the Live Workshop website and my iOS game is what I'm doing full time right now. Cam Nook. Oh, you're talking about the YouTube links and the Facebook links? Yeah, absolutely. It's there's a lot of placeholder stuff still on the website, but the framework is what I worked on the most. You know, to get the tabs working live and getting stuff to be updated in there will be next. But the layout is what I was doing initially, and I just wanted to have those links in there somewhere. But you're right, I need to have the YouTube, Facebook, Steam links at the top and really accessible for people to navigate. I know it seems like I'm obsessing over Pudge, but it's just the first ideas that I had for items, you know. I knew that they'd be fun, they would look really well, so I was like, alright, I'll do it before somebody else does it. So once I finish this and I finish, you know, the new stuff that I'm doing, I'm gonna move on to my Phantom Lancer set, and I have a Skeleton King set that I started as well, so I'll finish those guys up next. Why am I in XSI? X normal. Alright, so let's open this in Photoshop. Ayo. There we go. Alright, so that's not too bad. The blade is pretty clean. Underneath, only the parts that's being... Actually, here's a good test we can do. We're gonna bring this texture into soft image. Set diffuse, and we're gonna put it on our model. Let me just find where that's at. Here it is. Oh, you guys can see my second monitor. Let me bring it up so you guys can see it real quick. Dual screens. There we go. So that's what my second monitor looks like. This is optimized. This is where I have my materials, and then I have, you know, my hierarchy in here. If you're a Maya user, this is where it's at. And these are all my materials that I have in the scene, because I have a lot of items that I kept in the same scene just for my sake. And this is a really cool render tree that XSI works with. So what I can do is grab my AO texture, slide it over and just drop it into my render tree. And then just replace the little plugin with the texture. And check it out. Our AO mask on our mesh. So there's a couple errors, but that's because it's mirrored. You know, this side is mirrored, so the blackness underneath this guy here is being shown on this side. So I just have to get rid of the blackness on both sides and lose out on a bit of the shadow here, but it gives me the space to mirror the entire other side of the blade. So I thought the resolution would be way more important than having, you know, unique little shadows near the edges of the blade. I don't care about that stuff, and you more than likely you're not gonna see it. So the resolution always wins out, or most of the time will win out in my books. I haven't brought down the poly count to 350 yet for the hook. For those people that were here earlier, I still need to do that. But I decided to jump onto the ZBrush side of the machete, so people could see, you know, something different instead of me just working on the low poly stuff the entire night. Oh, Goblin, you got 3 screens? I was about to buy a 3rd screen, but I decided to wait for when the HD screens come out that are 27-inch. Right now you can't get, you know, the 127 hertz or 100, yeah, is it 127? 120 hertz monitors at 27-inch monitor size. So I'm waiting for those guys to come out before I buy my new monitor. But yeah, man, I want to have 3 monitors too. Especially now that I have an iMac hooked up, so that I can push out iOS versions of my game. Yeah, a 3rd monitor would be real nice. Dell monitors number 1. I'm actually like, I like Dell monitors, you know, but they all have that frosted finish on the screen, you know, that anti-glare stuff. And I don't care for it because I work in a really dark environment, so that I can see all my colors, you know, and my darkest darks and my lightest brights. I can see them all in one spectrum with a really dark environment. I just have like 2 lamps in the room right now. So I actually really like the glossy finish screens that Samsung has, or that HP has. So I'll get the glossy finish on those screens, and it really makes the colors, you know, come through the screen way better than the frosted screens do that Dell has. So that's my preference. Yeah, if you have a window around you, you're gonna get screwed. You're gonna need to have blinds down, like we did at Lucas. We had to bring those blinds down, and we had all the lights out. And the only light that I had at one point was my Iron Man 1-to-1 bust. His little eyes glowing in behind me. Alright, why did this black stuff come through on the bandage? A little weird. That's alright, we can just brush that out. I don't want to rebake it. Yeah, it's not too bad. You always end up with, you know, little mistakes like this on bakeouts. But all in all, you know, I think it was worth it to do the ZBrush mesh, because look at, you know, that detail that got baked into there, and then I can just start using that for my diffuse and just, you know, start painting color and a little bit of detail, some blood, some damage, you know, some scarring on the blade, some rust, you know, but I have all my shadows kind of baked in there, or my self-illumination shadows in there, so I can go from here quite nicely. Oh, we're still on the front page? Hey, we're on the front page right now. I think it cycles, right? Randomly? Yay. Is that how it works, Elaine? Is it randomly, like the front page thumbnails? Oh, there's priority levels. So I guess priority level 1 would be like when you have all the tournaments, those guys are priority level 1. And then level 2 is like the people that get the most hits or the really neat channels, and then level 3 is the I guess just tier 3 guys, I guess. Oh, cool, Funky. So you did get here from the front page. That's neat. What priority level are we at right now? Is that a loaded question? Oh, I'm still in dual monitor mode. Sorry, guys. Let me jump out of that for you. Because I'll be on Photoshop now. Go. Yeah, I bet. Featured films. Huh. Alright, let's brush out the errors from the bake in our ambient occlusion mask. Oh, this is running kind of slow. I should close down my ZBrush. I should be slowing down. Actually, let me take a screen cap of this so I can use it later for the YouTube image and all that fun stuff. Alright, and we're just gonna, let's just screen cap this. Do that, I'll just toss it on my desktop for now. There we go. Save. Blah. I think we're enough. I think also this. Yeah, we're fine. Close this stuff. Save the project? Nah, it's already saved. I'm not familiar with the anime, sorry. Alright, we can close X normal too since we're done with it, I think. Stop using our memory from our video card for it, because that's what it's running on. Close this too. Other parts should be fine, I have 32 gigs of RAM right now. I think it's more the broadcasting software that's slowing things down in Photoshop a little bit. Alright. Brush this stuff out. Oh, this is running pretty slow. What's going on? How big is this file? 58 max. Oh, that's nothing. Alright. And that wireframe up. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not rendering, but I am capturing. I mean, I'm streaming at 1080p, so That and all the programs I had open are probably already in memory, so that's probably what's bugging Photoshop right now. So this will slow us down a little bit, but alright. Whoa, yeah, this is really slow. What's going on? Oh man. Hella slow. Let me make sure I'm doing the right part. I haven't worked on this machete for a few days. So yeah, the whole bottom blade needs to be cleaned up, which is this whole part. The side is fine, the front is fine, and then the handle needs to be cleaned right here, and and right here. Alright, so let's start just cleaning out the blade. Yeah. Actually cull this stuff out since we don't need it there. Like that. Alright. The bottom of the blade too. Alright. Now let's save this. Got the wire showing as a PSD. And so that it keeps updating every time we save the PSD instead of having to save the TGA and re-import the TGA. Sculpting will actually remember, will work with PSDs, I mean. So if you plug in the PSD into your render tree, and you save that PSD, and you come back into XSI, it's going to update it. Check it out. Clean blade. Pretty sweet. Alright, so the top of the blade seems kind of broken. Yep, right there. Clean that up. I'm going to show our wireframe so we know what we're painting. And if we want to get fancy, we can do the edge too if we want. Our own bake, kind of. Alright. Well, we save the PSD, and let's check our progress. And optimize. There it is. This is the part that we just cleaned up. We just need to bring it up across a bit more. With this blackness over here. Yeah. Right. Clean up all these other messy areas over here. To clean up your AO masks, I usually use a 75-79% smudge tool, and I just smush, you know, the color into those dark areas that got baked out incorrectly. If you don't have the right color in next buy, then just grab a brush and paint it on top. But once you get good with the smudge tool, you can almost paint with it. I'm just gonna go through and clean this up a little bit. Yeah, this is an error. I can tell. Not a shadow. And you can buzz this stuff really fast, you know. You get good at smudging, and you can clean up your UV maps, your AO occlusions really easy, and your normal maps. I'll have to do this for the normal maps as well, of course. Okay. Oh, I don't have the chat up. Sorry guys, let me see what's up over here. Yeah, I'm using an Intuos 4. Actually, I can show you guys. Check this out. Let me bring up the cam view. And here's my tablet. Hello. Over there, I have bust of, I don't know if you guys can see it. On Blade Runner, that's the card. It also works as my hat holder. But yeah, that's my Intuos tablet that I keep underneath my keyboard as I work with my full monitor setup. And I have my, oh, rotate the camera this way. And this is my MMX microphone that I use to broadcast. Alright, let's clean this stuff up. It's a little weird working in Photoshop right now because it is slowed down for some reason. I might need to reboot. I had been importing and exporting and killing the memory with this program, so I'm sure Windows doesn't like it. And I can tell the difference as I'm doing this brush strokes, throwing me off a little bit. That's alright. Doesn't have to be super perfect. Most of these areas will be contrasted when I do the diffuse. Okay, so then we had the handle that was kind of messed up too, so let's clean that up. I think it was this area here. And it was, I think, the top part, which was this line. Let's see how well I remembered. Getting soft marsh. Oh, look at that! First try, almost got all of them. Not bad. Not bad. Well, it's not as slow. I'm sure the broadcast is showing it a tiny bit slower. But, I mean, it's still I can still work with it. I know where this smudge is gonna go with my brush stroke. So it's not I don't need to stop the broadcast and restart it and restart the computer and everything and purge the memory out of Photoshop and all that stuff. It's just, I can still work with it. Not biggie. Yeah, see it lagging behind? It's okay, I can still work. Done this a million times. Alright, and then there's another bit somewhere in here. This corner? Or this other corner, the mirrored side, so it's going to be the opposite. Yeah, this area has to be wider. And this little corner needs to be fixed up. And I think that's it. The little areas left. What is this one here? Upload part. Oh wait, it's actually upside down. It's this part right here. Ah, no wonder I couldn't get it. Yeah. Wow. Should've known. Alright. Can't even tell that it's mirrored, can you? And we have different bandages on each side, which is awesome. Cool. .30. Yeah, the thing is, even if I turn off my computer, I'm gonna go to bed, grab my iPad, and put on an episode of Sons of Anarchy, I'm sure. I'll be up for another hour and a half, even if I stop right now. Yeah, I don't think Cintiqs are worth the price either. I agree with you, man. Alright, so that cleanup is pretty good. Darkness on the ledge of the handle that I wasn't crazy about. So the handle top is this guy up here. Put some lightness on there. And on there a little bit. And then we'll grab our blur tool and we just go blah, blah. And that usually fixes things. You know, like when you get this little low poly, you know, light, I don't know if you guys can see it. This little white highlights. You can just grab your blur tool and just run over them really lightly and check it out. Just clean up your map really well. Same with these little dark spots, you know, on the corners, because Xnormal didn't know what to do with that perfect pixel that was, you know, on both sides of the angle. So yeah, just grab your blur tool, and if there's little black spots, you can just blur those guys out instead of having to brush over everything perfectly. Just like this. Works great. You know, like this pixelation that happens. Run your blur tool across it 50% really lightly, and it just cleans it up. Really nice. Alright, looks pretty clean. Save that. Take a look at it in here. Cool, the handle's no longer that super black line that we saw before. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? I don't like this. Find out where that's at. Okay, there it is. And also this part I don't like. Super harsh shadow going across right here. Grab our smudge tool. Let's brush that closer this way. Just like that. So the smudge tool is both pushing the darkness away and blurring it at the same time for us. And then what's that other piece at? Bring our wireframe on top. And it was too light and it should have been dark. Yep. So we're gonna grab a brush. And we're gonna grab that color shade. Yeah, I just have UVs really close together here, which is not a smart thing to do. We're just gonna paint over that, just like that. Maybe that fixed it. Bam! Good. Oh, where's that Pudge? Nice. Pretty cool bandages. Now we'll have to exaggerate some of these when we do the diffuse so you see them at a distance more. But, you know, for our video render and our marketing piece, they're gonna show up and it'll be nice. Oh hey Vince, you're back? Cintiqs. Alright, so check this out. I think that AO map was a success. Oh, check this. I got a little image for you guys. I can skip all the way up. Yes! He knows what's up. Success! Alright. That's our success tennis coach. Alright, let's see what we do next. Let's clean up our normal map. I know, super exciting, right? Oh, this is running really slow. What gives? So as I'm cleaning the normal maps here, the edges, you just have to have a pretty steady hand as you're smudging lines across. A little tricky. But there we go, not bad. And we're just gonna push all the way across here because I know that that is a mirrored section. And so is, oh shit, there we go. Whole line can go. Holy crap, look at that slowdown. What the sh... I think it's ZBrush and all that dissemination. Okay. Bottom of the blade is fine. Oh, that's better. Smaller brush, not such a big deal. There we go. Oh hey Vince, shoot me a message on Steam. I got some to tell you, buddy. Yeah, Elaine, I definitely want to start streaming more often. I think I've streamed 3 times within a week. So I want to start doing at least, 2 to 3 times a week to really, get more follows on the Twitch channel and get the numbers up. But I am in the middle of talking with some lawyers about some business startup thing, for my iOS game and doing the whole live workshop website. So I need to clone myself, I think. But yeah, I want to stream more so I can, the more I stream, the more I work on Dota items, right? And that's something that I'm putting a lot of effort into right now, so. Yeah, I just gotta force myself to start streaming and just, put my head down and work. I think I partly have to, well, besides Disney, I think part of the blame goes to the NBA playoffs. Brush, 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 brush. Brush, 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 brush. Brush, brush, brush. Thank you. Oops. Totally messed that one up. There we go. I'm being way too careful. All this stuff is gonna get down-res to all sorts of shit. But fuck it, gotta teach you guys to do it right. Well, that's good, Vince. Okay. Anything else? We got over here. This guy, we have to push it a little bit. And I don't want this line here. Just in case you have a weird angle and for whatever reason you end up seeing down this little hole in the bandage, I'll clean it up. You will never see it, but alright, I did it. What about it? Alright, that's pretty clean. So when I paint the texture for the wood, I'll grab some of that stuff and I'll turn it into a normal map, and I'll have a little bit of that added to the normal map and show you guys how to do that later. For now, doing this as our normal map. Sanity Blade, normal, save. 24-bit. 32-bit is for the alpha channel. We don't need alphas for normal maps. Cool. Okay. Here's our initial normal map that we picked out, and here's our cleaned up one. Check that out. Pretty sweet. And right now I'm just gonna make some layers in Photoshop to organize our Photoshop file a little better. Let me guys show you my dual screens and hide the chat so you guys can see, and hide my broadcasting. Alright, so my chat window. So here's my group that I color code purple, so I know that this is where my normal maps are at. And then I make an AO layer, and I make it a grayscale, and I throw my AO maps on there. I know these are my normal maps. And then I make 2 more layers, and one of them is going to be my color or my diffuse, B or C. And the other one I usually use for roughness and specular and all that stuff, so we just call it S. And we'll color code that blue, and color code our color red. Okay. So here's a copy of our AO, which I'm going to use as part of our diffuse. And what is this? Oh, this is the default Pudge cleaver. And then over here are the colors that I started laying down for our diffuse. So we can grab our AO mask, and we're going to put a multiply pass on it. That overlays on top of our colors. And this is how I start texturing for 3D models. So right now that's a bit too heavy, you know, want to bring that down. Or what you can do too is bring up your levels. Control L is the shortcut key for that. And you can mess around with, you know, your darkest darks and your lightest whites. So you contrast your stuff a bit more, you know. Contrast is good for Dota. And that might be a bit too low, so we bring it back up a bit. There we go. And what I like to do too is bring up your color balance for the AO mask. And you hit in your shadows. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm still on dual screen. Come on, Photoshop. There we go. Bring the channel back up too in case you guys are asking questions. Okay, so we bring up our shadows, and we're gonna give our shadows color, which are a multiply layer on top of our color layer. And we're gonna give it a bit of red, some yellow, since it's gonna be on bandages, so maybe we want this to be dirtier. So a lot of yellow. Look at that. See the shadows? They look like they're you know, more dirty. Just by changing the color of your normal map that's on top of your colors. So let's save that as our PSD, and it'll automatically get updated on our... did I change the name? I changed the name of the PSD, so let me bring the right PSD in. I just named it what I usually name things. There we go. Check that out, you know, like all that work that we did is actually paying off in our color diffuse map, which is looking pretty dope. You know, now we start adding some rips, you know, some blood, and then we start detailing the metal and the scratches on the blade and the rust and the wood and maybe some nails that are, you know, stuck into the, you know, holding the blade together. And we go from there. But check it out, you know, it's a pretty good start for our color diffuse for all the other work that we did in ZBrush and everything else. Not too shabby. Do we need successful tennis coach? I don't have any masks yet. I do use, you know, masks with detail, you know, for reference that I bring in and I paint over. For Dota, you don't need them as much because everything's so low detail that, you know, you're better off using brush strokes or cutout, you know, doing cutout selections and maybe overlaying a bit of detail, you know, a little bit of noise, you know, at the end. but you don't need to use as much reference for Dota items, especially for more plain items like weapons. You know, they're usually like metal with, you know, a really strong design so that it reads, you know, from a distance. In this case, it's gonna be, you know, like the sharpness from the blade and the bandages that stand out in contrast, and obviously the blood once we get it on there. So those are the things that will make this item in particularly stand out really nice at a distance, you know, from in game when you see it, you know, from this view right here. So yeah, those are the things to keep in mind. Save our file. Yeah, the Val's right. Material stuff is what's gonna make the model look great. So knowing a strong base of what you need to do to make that material shine is really important, more than making your diffuse look completely amazing. You know, for most games, you know, Dota actually you need to have a strong diffuse because I mean, the distance is so far that your gradients and your colors are gonna be really important. And then the materials in Dota will, you know, give it that extra shine to the metal stuff, or your rim lighting, your self-illumination, which is your glowy bits, you know, all those sort of things. Oh man, I need a beer. Where's Elaine? Did she leave? Did she want to go to bed? There she is. Oh Jesus. Later, Elaine. Have a good night. I know, I should have had a beer too, man. They're just sitting downstairs now, but it's too late. Alright, yeah, so shoot me an email whenever you want me to come by, and I'll come by and check out the studio, the Pitch TV studios. Ooh, yeah, we can grab a beer, that'd be cool too. You guys are free whenever? Alright, well let's see what time I wake up tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be in downtown tomorrow, but maybe. A hardcore dress? Like a muumuu? I don't think that would make it into the game, man. Even though it'd be hilarious. Oh, check it out. Somebody brought this up earlier tonight. You know, they wanted to see some silly hair on Pudge. So I modeled that like in 2 minutes. We got some like weird ass, you know, really dark, kind of gothy Pudge hair going. You know, with some alpha masks, you know, showing through, the hair all textured up. I think it looked really nice. I think it'd be funny. So we'll see. Maybe a separate item. We'll just release that by itself later down the line. Oh shit, we should check that out with the pants, man. Check this out. Man, I think I'm gonna do that. I mean, I can bust this stuff out in one night. That hair. Dude, I'm loving that. That's a good combo. Alright, there we go. Back to business. It would work with the mustache, except that the hair would replace the mustache, because the mustache replaces the green hair, so they couldn't go together. But I could add a mustache on top of the hair as well and be this part of the same item. Actually, I think I just like the hair. I think that's more hick, you know, more Chainsaw Massacre, you know, that it's got more of that vibe, you know, just the hair over no mustache. You know, because you'll see his teeth more that way too. You can't do silly items, unfortunately, man. It won't get in. The lore fans would complain, and it wouldn't make it into the store. So you have to be more lore oriented nowadays, which I'm fine with. You know, it's cool. Check out how this looks so far on his hand. Whoop. Oh, that's a pretty sweet rotation. All in one gap right there. Ah. I think I'm going delirious. Let's delete this. Here. Oh crap! I missed part of it. All right. And there we go. Not bad for just throwing some colors on it. Yeah, Hills Have Eyes. That's the movie I was trying to remember, thankfully. Oh, I gotta figure out how to do the polygon on this thing. They only give me 350 polygons, man. 350. 350. 350. You just want to see my fail graphic that I made for the channel? It's quite silly. Let's just bring it up. There it is. Whoa, shot! So cool. Oh god! I think I have this set up for when I crash or whatever. Alright. Back to business. Again. Hey, what happened to our music? Actually, what other? I picked up something new. Where is it? Here it is. More gamey music, check it out. Let me know, guys, if it's loud enough. This is the masterpiece, man. Absolutely, man. Love those guys. I don't have to model the chain. I wish I had access to that stuff, but that's considered a special effect, and it's not part of the Pudge model. So that's up to Valve to either A, make their own rope, or use one of the ropes or the chain that they have in game already. I'll talk to them though, and I'll see if I can supply them a new rope, depending on what effect they're using, so that it matches whatever rope I end up, doing for my hook. Because the stuff that I did for the psychopath, whoops, that's not it. The other weapon I did was this this fork right here, this pitchfork. So this pitchfork, has like this metal thing down here where the chain will attach. So the chain will work fine with this guy. But I think I want the rope to be, the same for this hay hook. So yeah, I'll talk to them about that. We'll be alright. Be alright, man. Be alright. I'm just toggling away. Oh, but it's at zeros. Whatever. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I really like the pitchfork. Let me hide this other Insanity set stuff. You guys can see the Pudge. Oh wait, I'm missing something. Bam! All the hay. So there we have like a sack arm with barbed wire, and we got the other sack arm with tighter barbed wire and the whole arm. And we have this scythe with a bunch of blood on it and a Polygon logo on it because I made it for the Polygon contest. Even though I didn't win, that's okay. And we have the pitchfork. which I need to fix a little bit. I can't use these pointy edges. I need to add another edge loop in there and then remove polys from somewhere else. And then we have the hay all over his body, which was a pain in the butt to rig to all the skeleton, but I did it. And it has like these other planes that hide the guts, you know, and replace it with more hay. Same with the arms. You know, there's hay covering up all the blood. And of course the mask. With a rope around it. So yeah, there's that crow path Pudge. Alright, back to our other set. Alright, where were we? Oh, I guess we should figure out the Polygon on this Forsaken hook. Hmm. A 100 polygons shaved off this thing. That's really difficult. What do we do? What if we delete this guy's? Oof. That's pretty ugly. What is that giving us? 12 polygons. Oh god. Alright, tell you what. Let's duplicate this. Freeze it. And lower the poly count on everything else. Make the hook. Just to test. See how ugly it looks. Is the music too loud, guys? I think I might have turned it up a little bit. Mass reduction would come without reducting our hook. Yeah, because I mean it's got so many edge loops that every side that the roundness has is gonna multiply that count. So I'm actually deleting 2 rows of polygons from the hook, which all in all is not terrible. And to tell you the truth, once it gets in game and I have a normal map on it, it might not be so bad. But, I mean, it's definitely not great looking right now. 423. Oh god, we didn't lose any. 40 polys. Oh god. Alright, well, it's something. Damn it. Alright, let's try this. We're gonna add a little poly edge here. We're gonna pull it out. And about there. And we'll delete those 2. And we're gonna hide it a little bit with the rope. Hide that ugliness. Not bad, not bad. 415 from 463. Oh. I don't know, guys. This is... Alright, let's grab these poly edge. Delete that. Don't need all that detail. Alright, let's see now. 407! 57 polygons to go. I don't think we can do it. No, we're losing too many polygons. I think this thing's like 20 polygons or something like that. Oh, this is 41 polygons. So if we lose this whole loop, we can probably do it. But at what cost? What's our poly count? 328! 328, you guys! More details? Well, see, that's the thing. If you make it all like crazy complex and spikes, people already made you know, those. Why is this going on? People already made those kind of hooks, so I want to make something that's larger than the current hook that is in game right now, which this one is. You know, it's actually quite larger and it's skinnier, so it's gonna contrast actually quite nice to all the other hooks that are in there right now. And it's gonna have this rope on it that will add contrast and volume to the rest of the handle that no one has done yet. So I don't want to make it all crazy detailed, you know, because for one thing, you spend all the polygons on that stuff, and B, people already made those kind of hooks. You know, I want to make the same kind of hook that those guys made. And this hook goes more with the whole, you know, hick butcher kind of, hills have eyes kind of crazy person, you know. So yeah, that's my thinking behind why I'm making this hook, this version. So that's all. Oh, you got a machete with that crazy looking hook on there. That's kind of neat looking. An upside down hook? You mean just facing the other way? There's nothing creepy about a hay hook? Oh man, have you not seen like I Know What You Did Last Summer? That guy was using a hay hook. It's the same as the fishing hooks. You know, where they used to carry the fish. It's the same kind of handle that they use for the hay. Reduce the poly count? Oh, you mean if it was to be a knife with a hook on it rather than this? It would, but then we wouldn't have a cool rope hanging off the guy. I don't know, I guess it goes with the overalls too, that have, you know, a bit of rope on them. And like bandages and kind of like half-assed, you know, stuff that he grabbed from the barn or whatever, you know, he made his crazy outfit from. It's more like work tools that he grabbed rather than weapons, you know? I think that's more of like the vibe that you're getting from a crazy, you know, insane kind of farmer, butcher person. White stick? What white stick are you talking about? Hey Prince, what's up? Brood mother. That'd be really hard to read. I think the brood mother as a hook, man. I don't know. I'm not sure if I can pull that off. Oh, I have a lot of freaking items in here. There we go. Alright, so this is 328. Maybe we can add more polygons to the hook again. Why the hell not? Let's try. $384 right now. Can we merge this guy? And this guy? $380. No, we're still quite a few polygons there. Damn. Damn. What are we at? 372. Man, that's a lot of polygons. Oh wait, this thing still has this poly edge loop over here. And delete that sucker. Cool, cool. 364! Yeah, we're almost there. We did lose that cool loop though. Let's see if we can bring part of it back in. So many things in this scene. Hide. Alright. So let's see what we can do here. I probably can right now. 364. Nah, that's just way too many polygons. Yeah, I'm trying to cut on polygons on like smaller areas that you won't notice as much. You know, so closer to the edge here and, you know, right here. And maybe even here we can cut some polygons down too. You know, like bring this guy over there, this guy over here. And just kind of flatten that out a bit. And we're down to 360 polys. Where else can we shave stuff? How much would this save? 2 polygons right there. Let's do it from the front instead of from the back. There we go. As you'll see this stuff way more than the front. 358! We're almost there. If we bring this guy down here, we can get 4 polygons right there. And if we grab this guys and bring them up here, we get 2 more polys there. 354. Oh my god. This right here. Well, I mean, we need to cover the ends. So, and then if I you know, move that over there, we just get 2 polygons out of it. But I like the little extra volume, you know, that it adds, you know, from this view at least. But we can lose it if we have to, but I like to keep it for now. Let's see what else we can lose here. Oh, we need a little 4 polygons. Oh my god, it's happening, you guys. We're doing it. Doing this. 4 polygons. Angle this more, we'll be alright. Okay, we're totally in Polygon kinda. 346! Cool. Okay, so now we can add a little bump down here so that it looks like the rope's actually going through. That's gonna help out. Yeah. We're almost there, guys. So how many polygons can we play with here? 4? Oh god, that's not enough. Let's see what we can do with this little bit. Actually, I think it's gonna be more of a triangle. So let's just grab a polygon here and duplicate it. Okay. Bring it over here. Look at a triangle. Bring it into there. Scale. Whoa. Scale. Oh, too big. Beat it. I'll give it the right texture so we can see it. Part of the rope. We're gonna need a bigger boat.